All right, I love to see this come about when it's elimination time. Old school Camaro versus a Honda Fit. I believe that's what that is. Because that Fit's going to give that Camaro such a huge head start when real racing. Denzel's side, and the Camaro goes 0.39 on the tree, goes 12.52 at 120. 249 for the Honda, goes 15.61 at 91. All right, Denzel's side goes 286 on the tree. The O'Reilly side goes 1.0. So he was really late. He goes 15.57 at 89 miles an hour. Where the Denzel side goes 15.38 at 92. Alex Roy in the 2016 Corvette. Over there in the Denzel side, he goes 4.27 on the tree. He goes 11.51 at 1:30. The O'Reilly side goes 2.87. He goes 15.38 at 86. All right, Denzel's side goes 0.25 on the tree. He goes 11.87 at 1:14. The O'Reilly side goes 17.53 at 75. Hey, we got the EV class all picked out. It's a big class. It's only got 2 Teslas. So one of these guys are going to get a trophy tonight, a win. Well, they're both going to get trophies. One's going to get a trophy, and the one's going to get a runner-up. Denzel's side goes 0.63 red. The O'Reilly side goes 1.41 green. He goes 11.46 at 107 to 11.74 at 113 in the Denzel side. One can only hope that last week's winner in EV class loses first round in jackpot. Well, then we got 3 cars instead of having a final. Okay, Kevin Diadamo turns on the red light in the Corvette. He goes 009 to the dark side of the tree, goes 11.95 at 112. The O'Reilly side goes 0.67 on the tree, goes 11.94 at 114. Man, we have a lot of Corvettes here tonight. I don't think I've seen this many in Comprad in years. All right, we got 2 Corvettes here. One looks like about a C6 or it looks like a C7. The other one looks like a C5 or 6. Can't really tell from the tail lights. Yeah, but that's the one I think it is. That's a C7 that said 800 and something horsepower. And they both turned the red light on, 119 to the 032. This is a real race. The one who was closest takes the win to 0. But the one in the Denzel side goes 1080 at 133. Man, that Corvette's hauling the mail. 1169 at 120 in the O'Reilly lane. Again, Corvette versus Acura. Yes, I know I said it wrong, but I like to call it Acura that. All right, Denzel side in the Corvette. goes 290 on the tree. The Acura goes 026 red. He goes 1049 at 128 to the 1212 at 119. Hey, you guys in the Corvette that just went 10 seconds, come up and see me in the tower. I give you some street legal 10-second quarter-mile stickers. And Denzel side goes 1131 at 123 to the 991 at 130 in the O'Reilly lane. All right, Denzel side goes 1062 at 123. The O'Reilly side goes 1387 at 99. All right, there's Eddie Cooker over here in the Denzel side in the blue Ford, kicking a single. He goes 058 on the tree. Good for Eddie. Good to see him cutting lights again. He goes 12:15 at 108. And the Denzel side goes 1099 at 133, 1058 at 146 in the O'Reilly lane. In the O'Reilly lane, we got Mark Carlson in the Camaro. He should be in 9 seconds with this pass. He usually is. He goes 11:22 at 135. Something's slowed down on that car. He goes 10:86 at 130. Mustang versus Mustang here. Both about the same year, so they should be about equal in speed. On the O'Reilly side, yeah, left room for improvement. Goes 1086 at 136. Looks like the white Mustang broke on the starting line. And they're going to push him back. And it looks like we're going to need a scrubber out there, and we're going to send the El Camino down here on a single. And then we'll be down for a little bit. Let's see what this El Camino can do before we take a break here. 11 on the tree for the El Camino. He goes 1065 at 124. Man, that El Camino's hauling the mail. All right, we're going to get the scrubber out and do some cleanup on the track. All right, we're going to take a break here while we get the track cleaned. So smoke them if you got them, or don't, whichever way you want to go for it. It's going to be about 10 minutes. It should be about 10 minutes or so, right in that area, while they get the track cleaned up. I'll get back to you as soon as I know more on that. Well, it looks like they got the track all cleaned up. We're going to get ready to go here momentarily. So all drivers back to your cars. All drivers back to your cars. All right, we got the Camaro, the big wing on the back. I don't know if that makes the car any faster. Sure doesn't make my Prius any faster. Matter of fact, it slows it down. All right, we're going to see if that big wing makes it go faster than a regular Camaro. I sit there and say, yeah, it's going to be pretty quick. You just don't stick a big wing on a car and not be fast. But I know some people who do. All right, and the guy in the Camaro just annihilated the tires on there and got out of it. Now we got a C8 Corvette over here in the O'Reilly side. I didn't see if that was a Z06 or not, but they're out there, the flat plane crank. I mean, they make a beautiful sound. They almost got a Ferrari-like sound. At least that's what I've heard on YouTube. Looks like we got a car stopped out there, the Camaro. We're going to have to send fire safety out and get them off the track. All right, we got fire safety, get the Camaro off the track, and then we'll get going again. All right, we got the C8 Corvette going up against the Nova with the supercharger. Who do you think is going to win, the Corvette or the Nova?
Nova.
If the Nova gets off first, it should be the
Yeah.
Nova.
Oh, the Corvette's hanging with the Nova. Nova's out to a 2-car lead, and Nova's going to get there first. He goes 1080 at 111 to 1165 at 117 for the Corvette. The Corvette's no slouch.
But the Nova got off first.
All right, we got the big bad Chevelle over here, and he goes. He's a little bit late on the tree. They both were. The Riley side goes 967 at 137. And again, we got another car stopped out there, so we're going to send fire safety out there to get them off the track. So we're going to be down here again for a little bit. And we're all fresh out of safety truck, so we're just going to let them sit there for a little bit till we get a safety truck. And I just heard from the safety truck he's going to be right there. Oh, I'm hearing over the radio that we're going to have to get the rollback out there to tow the Cadillac. So he broke big time. All right, we're going to be just down here for a few more minutes till we get the Cadillac on the rollback. So if you got time to go get something to eat, go get it now. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Hey, we're looking for a Slim Jim to unlock car number 13
Or a coat hanger.
or coat hanger. So if you can assist them, what class?
Mustang, late model Mustang.
He's in the street class. Car number 13. Needs a Slim Jim or something. Locked his keys in the car. Street. He's in street. So once again, we got car number 13 in the street that locked his keys in the car, and the window is slightly cracked, so they're thinking that they can possibly get in there with a coat hanger or something. So if you have something with you and you're a police officer, you may be able to get in the car. Just remember, the guy's in number 13 in the street. All right, that Cadillac that's out there, that's on the rollback right now, looks like he blew a diff out there. And now we're going to go see how much fluid's on the track. We're going to get Nick out there and make an adjustment. So once again, I got a good, well, we got some time when there's no noise out there. I want to sit there and tell all our points champions, if you want to race around to the end of the night and get your pictures taken with everybody on the starting line, come and get your trophies at that time. If not, come up to the tower. All right. Well, I just heard from Nick, there's no oil, there's just metal pieces on the track, and they got them all. So we're going to be ready to go now here in a few minutes. All right, we're going to go send them down the track. We got a clean and green track. Let's go. All right. The Denzel side goes 1069 at 126. The O'Reilly side goes 1173 at 117. And the Denzel side with 55 Chevy of John Murphy. Going against Dodge Charger in the O'Reilly lane. This Dodge Charger better be fast because Murphy's in the 10s. And Murphy goes 009 on the tree. The Charger goes 219. Murphy gets there first, 10-11 at 129 to the 10-75 at 127 for the Dodge Charger. That's hauling the mail for a Dodge Charger. And the O'Reilly side goes 241 on the tree. Hey, he's going to be in the 10s. He goes 1034 at 129. That's surprising. That was a Charger, I believe. That was a Mustang, I'm told. Wow. That's hauling the mail. We got Jonathan Wilkins in the Kawasaki running the motorcycle. Tom Myers out of Petaluma on the 86 Yamaha in the O'Reilly lane. Hey, look at that. Tom Myers gets an 016 light. He goes 1336 at 99 miles an hour. Jonathan Wilkins goes 1312 at 120. Bill Myers, I wonder if Tom Myers and Bill Myers are related. Who knows? They're both from Petaluma. No, I don't think so either. 98 Super Hawk Honda. And Bill Myers goes 1310 at 106, 160 on the tree. Denzel side goes 1257 at 115. Hey, Sports Street drivers, to your cars. Sports Street drivers, we need you to your cars. We got Doug Love here on the Denzel side on the Bonneville. Turns the red light on with Roxanne 006 to the dark side of the tree. The O'Reilly side goes 1171 at 139. Doug Love goes 1331 at 97. Tyler Crystal out of Napa on the Kawasaki. It's just right there. Walk up the hill. And Tyler Crystal goes 129 on the tree. He goes 922 at 147. Denzel side goes 447 on the tree. Goes 1077 at 121. And two baggers going at it. Both Harley Davidsons. And they're both about evenly matched. One goes 14 flat at 89 miles an hour on the Denzel side. The Riley side goes 1438 at 90 miles an hour. Sean Baldo out of American Canyon on the Kawasaki, O'Reilly lane. And Sean Baldo goes 015 on the tree, goes 1133 at 121. Oh, the other bike finally goes down the tree, turned on the red light. Oh, that was Eric. Oh, man. He stalled the bike. It was Eric Oliver. He hasn't been here for a while. The O'Reilly side goes 103 on the tree. He goes 1120 at 128. The Denzel side goes 357 like the Magnum, goes 1237 at 113. Denzel side goes 564. The O'Reilly side goes 147.
He was smiling.
Because 501 on the tree, Denzel side. He goes 1072 at 129. Now we're back in the Sports Street. Dead on Doug McKay in the pickup truck. He just seems to win this every week. That's a testament to how good Doug McKay is. That's why we call him Dead on Doug.
Who was 14 flat?
All right, here we go. We got the Dodge Challenger over here in the O'Reilly lane. We got a little side bet here, Logan and I.
He's laughing at you.
Is he going to go faster than 14 flat? And Logan said no. Logan said yes, he is, and I said no, he's not. Okay, here we go. It's going to be faster than 14 flat. 1475 at 92 miles an hour. Logan owes me $5. And that was the first time I've ever won a bet. I always lose. I don't know why, but I just had a feeling Logan was wrong. And the O'Reilly side goes 1733 at 91. The Denzel side goes 1640 at 85. All right, we got the Denzel side. That's an 818 light. The O'Reilly side, much higher. The O'Reilly side, much slower. The Denzel side goes 1448 at 88 miles an hour to 1450 at 96 in the O'Reilly side. Denzel side goes 1991 at 85 miles an hour. The O'Reilly side goes 1914 at 83. Now we're in the street. Denzel side goes 1493 at 96 miles an hour. The O'Reilly side goes 1382 at 105. Riley side goes 078 on the tree. Denzel side goes minus 050 red. He goes 1205 at 118. The Riley side goes 1245 at 112. All right, the Corvette got a little sideways out there. He goes 028 on the tree. Hey, the Riley side matched him with the light 028. So we got dueling 028s, but the Corvette gets there first, goes 1290, 89 at 108, did a 1604 at 83 miles an hour. All right, the Riley side goes 1692 at 81 miles an hour. Denzel side goes 1694 at 78. Hey, Craig Merrill's over here in the Sound of Silence racing team in the Tesla.
You don't think?
All right, the pickup truck goes 1127 at 125, putting down a whole bunch of particles on the racetrack. Yeah, the All right. All right, here we go. We got next two players going down the track here. It's a Ford pickup going against the old Mustang. The old Mustang turns on the red light 058 to the dark side of the tree. The O'Reilly side goes 022 green. And he goes 1420 at 93 miles an hour. Denzel side goes 1469 at 92. Denzel side goes 038 on the tree. The O'Reilly side goes 106. Riley side gets there first, goes 1224 at 112 miles an hour to 1255 at 97 for the Denzel side. Now this is one nice Nova wagon. It's not as nice as Lalo Perevalores' car, but it's close. The O'Reilly side goes 142 on the tree. Denzel side turns on the red light, 063 to the bad side. Denzel side goes 1195 at 113. The O'Reilly side goes 1182 at 110. Denzel side goes 098 green. O'Reilly side goes 765 green. He gets there first, 1186 at 111. 1485 at 92 for the Denzel side. Denzel side goes 1390 at 110. The O'Reilly side goes 1402 at 99. All right, Denzel side turns on the red light in the dart. I mean, you don't see many of those out here anymore. You got one in high school, but, you know, they're pretty rare. The Riley side goes 1270 at 107 to Denzel side 1470 at 96. Okay, classic Corvette Mustang duel here. I think the Corvette's going to go faster than the Mustang. I could be wrong here because it looks like the Corvette is behind right now. He's trying to make it up. Oh, he's made it up. He's driven around him. And he goes 12.97 at 112 to the 13.59 at 98 miles an hour on the Mustang. $12.72 116 and Denzel side. The Riley side goes 15.27 at 90 miles an hour. And the O'Reilly side goes 12.84 at 108. The Denzel side goes 16.27 at 79. All right, the Corvette and the 57 Chevy, 55 Chevy, 411 on the tree for the Chevy, 171 for the Corvette. Corvette gets there first, goes 12.17 at 111 to the 13.78 at 96 for the 55 Chevy. And the Riley side goes 12.18 at 114. Denzel side goes 15.90 at 91. And the O'Reilly side turns on the red light, 070 to the dark side of the tree. If that would have been a race, the car in the Denzel side would have won one at 8.804 light. And he goes 12.37 at 112 to the 18.49 at 73. Romel Flores out of Petaluma, California, and the BMW, where he's a service advisor. Must work at the BMW dealership. That's my guess. To be a service advisor?
The guy in the BMW, he's like 18.
What? He goes 256 on tree, goes 1193 at 117. The Denzel side, 1420 at 95.
Hey, Logan, you don't look your age either.
Hey, the Riley side goes 020 on the tree. The Denzel side gets there first with a 411 light, goes 1160 at 123. The Riley side goes 1528 at 89. Corvette turns on the red light, and it's a big red light, .126. The Riley side goes 283 green. He goes 1322 at 104 for the Corvette. The Riley side goes 1491 at 96. Nice light in Denzel's side, 097. Not so good with the 415 in the Riley lane. Denzel side goes 1174 at 115 to the 1303 at 102 for the Riley side. All right, Challenger versus, I believe, Jaguar. I think the Challenger's got this one in the bank. And it looks like the Jaguar got him off the line, but that was about it. It didn't hold him off for long. The Challenger goes 1367 and 104. The Jaguar goes 1551 at 90 miles an hour. All right, the last two cars out in street. Now we got Top the Cops coming out, and hopefully they're going to go out in the order that I got here on my paper. From Novato PD, we have Officer Keybox, Qbox. I know I pronounced that wrong, but hey, you look, it came up on the screen. So, yeah, it did. Well, he got 132 light. He's got 2.3 seconds at 60, and he goes 15.54 at 89 miles an hour. Hauser, out of Novato PD, school resource officer. Good to have him here. We need all the school resource officers right now that we can find in the Ford Explorer. He goes 313 on the tree. He goes 1657 at 83 miles an hour. Pacheco, out of the Emeryville PD, the Ford Explorer. He gets a 385 light. He goes 1583 at 87. Not bad for a Ford Explorer. Jay Lewis, out of Fairfield Police Department, in a 2018 Ford Explorer in the O'Reilly side. Officers make only single passes right now. They don't go down the track side by side. They only do out to high school kids. He goes 187 on the tree. He goes 1649 at 83 miles an hour. Holmes, out of CHP, driving a Tahoe. Now remember, all these police officers donate their time to come out here and do this. They don't get paid for it. They just donate their time. That's pretty cool. He goes 320 on the tree for Officer Holmes. He goes 1688 at 80 miles an hour. And Officer J-Mac, out of Fairfield Police Department, out of Fairfield, in the 2018 Ford Explorer, turns on the red light because he's pushing it. He's trying to get that perfect light. He goes 054 red. He goes 1636 at 83 miles an hour for Officer J-Mac. Kimberly Lemons, out of Roanoke Park, CHP, in the 2020 Dodge Charger. Hey, I know Kim Lemons. She wrote parking tickets on my street to get cars moved. Thank you, Kim. She goes 081 on the tree, turns on the red light. And she goes 1710 at 83 miles an hour. David Duretti, out of CHP Roanoke Park, in the 2021 Charger. I wonder what the difference is between a white car and a black car for CHP. Is one a supervisor car, or is it undercover, or, well, who knows? They do. He goes, oh, I heard that now it's public relations. That's why he's driving the white car. He goes 1605 at 86 miles an hour, 189 on the tree. Now we're back to high school. We got Ethan Smith in the Acura in the Denzel Lane. Dustin Love out of Petaluma in the Durango. O'Reilly side. And Ethan Smith takes the win, goes 15:62 at 81 miles an hour. Dustin Love, the better light, 0:53, goes 16:83 at 80 miles an hour. Madison Eberhardt out of Roanoke Park in the Mustang. Ryan Yarbera out of Roanoke Park in the O'Reilly side. Ryan gets the better light, 177 to Madison's 706. The O'Reilly side goes 14:19 at 104 to the 15:18 at 89 for Madison Eberhardt. Ryan Landerwehr out of American Canyon in the 2012 GTI. Peyton Craig out of Vacaville High School in the Duster.
So is that who kid came in? Dad came in second. All right. Was runner up in what class? All right.
And Peyton Craig's dad was runner-up in Dylan Yarbera and Jimmy Basu, or Basu. Yeah. Yeah, his dad plays second in the races this weekend. And Dylan Yarbera goes 12:85 at 111. Jimmy goes 16:67, 80 miles an hour. William Johnson in the Mustang. Candace Griggs in the BMW.
So Nick, you think this is going to work on every 2 weeks? I'm not a huge fan of it either.
All right, when we get back to Jackpot, we're going to be racing who gets the best light, gets the potential first round bye. So that's a race within a race when we get back to Jackpot. They're going to be racing for potential first round bye with the best reaction time. All right, tension in the lanes, tension in the lanes. Comp rod. Starting with comp rod, you're going to be beginning of the first round of elimination. So dial your cars in now, and everybody after that, please put the numbers on your dial-ins on the windows in a nice big legible writing so we can read them up here in the tower. Okay, starting with comp rod, we're going to start first round elimination, so everybody's going to have to dial in after them. Justin Wallace goes 251 on the tree. Nate Sandoval goes 498 on the tree. Justin Wallace goes 1248 at 118. Nate Sandoval goes 1591 at 94. All right, getting back to motorcycles, your ladder is ready. Please come up to the tower. Motorcycles, your ladder is ready. Please come up to the tower to get it. All right, here comes Jackpot to the line after these two high school students go down. Now we're going to who has the best reaction time in this round has the potential first round bye. All right, Big Bad Brad, Bobby Grabrian. They're going to go at it. Who's going to get the best reaction time? It starts now. Will be Big Bad Brad. Will be Bobby. They're going to set the standard and see who can beat them. All right, Big Bad Brad sets it with a 040 on the tree. And he goes 12-10 at 112. Bobby turned on the red light. 001 just missed a perfect light. He could have won it right then and there, but he didn't. He goes 12:53 at 111. Okay, we got Scott Sturley in the Tesla. Jorge Valencia in the Chevy Love. Oh, look at that. Jorge just put down a 006 light. And he goes 10-18 at 129. Scott goes 076 on the tree. So he goes 11.92 at 113. So your leader in the clubhouse is Jorge Valencia. It's up to Steve Ball or Bill Taggart to take him down. And the game closed 0-13 for Steve Ball. Bill Taggart was 0-19. Jorge still leader in the clubhouse with a 006 light. Steve Ball goes 12.92 at 103. Taggart goes 17.64 at 77. Philip Topping in the Mustang. Mitch Gately in the Nova going to give their chances to take down Jorge Valencia. So, who's it going to be? Mitch Gately or Philip Topping? Going to try to take down Jorge? And Philip Topping goes 0-23 in the tree. Mitch Gately goes 0-17. Still, Jorge Valencia, you got to go 0-5 or better to beat him. Mitch Gately goes 10.05 at 130. Philip Topping goes 12.45 at 111. Larry Ball and Craig Merrilees. Craig, your reigning champion in Jackpot. Larry Ball in the pickup. All full metal pickup with 549 cubic inch big block Chevy. And Craig turns on the red light, goes 011 to the dark side of the tree. He goes 11:59 at 114. Larry Ball, this time he's going down the track in the 71 Chevy C10 pickup. John Murphy in the 55 Bel Air. Larry Ball goes 131 on the tree. John Murphy wanted that. He goes 008 red. So Jorge Valencia in jackpot gets potential buy run. John Murphy goes 10:09 at 130. Larry Ball goes 11:45 at 123. I'm going to take a break here, and we're going to get some time onlys and testing tunes going down the track here. And I'll catch you on the flip side. So once again, when we get to Comprod, we're going to start elimination with Comprod tonight. So everybody's got to have their dial in Comprod, and everybody else down the line should have the numbers on the car for what your car is going to run, starting now. All right, well, time onlys. Now we're going to be going into gear jammers right after these two cars going down the track. So once again, Comprod, put your numbers on your car. Dial your cars before you come up to the line. All right? Because we're going to start eliminations with you. All right. Gear jammers. We got Denzel side goes 047 on the tree. He goes 1181. That's Patrick Lemieux. Goes 120 on the quarter mile. O'Reilly side was 1323 at 105. Hey, racial throw out of Santa Rosa, the actress in the 92 Honda Civic. Peter Mayer out of Pacifica, he's an electrician in the 67 Pontiac GTO. Hey, Rachel cut a heck of a light. 050 on the tree to Peter's 277, but Peter recovered all over. It'll be a good drag race in the race again. He goes 1337 at 106. Rachel goes 1574 at 90 miles an hour. Scott Frazier out of Nevada in the 2017 Fiat. Mike Gallop turns on the red light out of Petaluma. He goes Roxanne, goes 003 red in the Camaro. Frazier was 104 on a tree, not bad. 1217 at 120 for Mike. Scott was 1601 at 86 miles an hour. Uranium points champion Carlos Hilson out of Ross, California in the Miata. Kelly Pug out of Lafayette in the Fiesta. Carlos Hilson goes 081 on the tree. Kelly goes 209. Carlos gets there first. He goes 1262 at 115 to the 1527 at 93 for Kelly. Charles Ellison out of Hercules in the Mustang. Geraldo Garcia out of Napa in the 1996 Honda. Charles goes 558 on the tree to the 310 for Geraldo. Charles Allison goes 1520 at 95. Garcia goes 1844 at 79. John Lemos out of Nevada in the Shelby GT. Austin Paleo out of Vacaville. And John goes 1496 at 107. Austin goes 1567 at 89. Claudius Lau and then Camaro. And Tyler Shoemaker in the 2000 Chevy Z06 Corvette. And Claudius Lau goes 1277 at 110. Tyler Schumacher goes 1475. Bill Burns in the Mustang. Mark Chansey in the Fury. Bill Burns turns on the red light, goes 1269 at 108. Mark Chansey goes 1425 at 96. Charles Roberts turns on the red light in the Challenger. Ben Cooper goes 137 green, goes 1241 at 112. Charles Roberts goes 1309 at 108. Jacob Turber in the 99 Skyline. That is a real Skyline. It's right-hand drive, people. Drivers on the wrong side for this country. Reno Ayers out of Petaluma in the 2002 Fit. I think he's going to give everybody fits in this car today. If he can figure out how to cut a light. Jacob goes 1549 at 89 miles an hour. Reno goes 1863 at 73 miles an hour. Andrew Montes, Steve Jazlowski out of San Jose in the Mustang. Steve goes 039 on the tree, goes 1182 at 115. Andrew looks like he broke. And we're going to send fire safety to get him out off the track. Oh, looks like fire safety got him off the track. And we'll get back to racing real quick here. All right, this is our electric vehicle class. We got 3 Teslas and a BMW. Well, that's cool. Oh, you got 4 Teslas. And the O'Reilly side goes 073. The Denzel side goes 121 on the tree. And the O'Reilly side goes 1190 at 116. The Denzel side goes 1177 at 112. Now we got 2 Teslas going down the track here. The Denzel side goes 383 green to 247 green on the O'Reilly side. He goes 1156 at 106. The Denzel side goes 1212 at 112. All right, after this Tesla goes down, we're going to bring Comprod up for the first round of racing here at Sonoma Raceway tonight at Sonoma Raceway. We're going to be starting here with Comprod. They're going to be the first ones out, so everybody else should be dialed in. Everybody else, dial in. Okay, we got Dave Bowen dialed in 1120 out of Livermore, California in the 2019 Corvette. Kevin Diadamo dialed in 1196 out of Napa, tire person in the 03 Corvette. And Dave Bowen turns on the red light, 021 to the dark side of the tree, hand in the wind with a 127 green to Kevin Diadamo. And Diadamo goes 1198 on 1196 for the win. Drew Keeler dialed in 1130 from San Rafael, where he's a contractor, in the 2013 Camaro SS, going against Tom Markovich, dialed in 1190 out of Napa, California, 09 Corvette. And Drew Keeler takes the win. He goes 1146 on 1130 dial, 041 on the tree, 116 miles an hour. Tom Markovich was late with a 161 light, goes 1195 on 1190 at 114. Patrick Calypso, dial in at 1070 from Daly City in the Audi. Sean Takahashi, dial in at 1223 out of Corte Madera, California, in a 98 Acura. I know I said that wrong, and I was probably pronounced Sean's name wrong anyway. And the one goes to Soon Takahashi. He goes 074 on the tree, goes 1259 at 115 on a 1232 dial. Patrick takes a loss. He goes 312 on the tree, goes 1097 at 129. Chris Herrera, dial in at 1380 out of Benicia in the 69 Camaro. The Riley side dialed in at 1140. And the breakout win goes to car number 158. He takes the win with a 46 light. He goes 1161 at 120 for the win. Chris Herrera goes 068 on the tree, breaks out 1375 on a 1380 dial for the loss. Eddie Cooker dialed in at 1203 out of Santa Rosa in the 34 Ford Coupe. NB Motorsports built the motor. Paul Chewy takes the loss. He goes 884 red. He turned on the red light, and Eddie Cooker takes the win with a 037 green. Hassoun Ayad dialed in at 1080 out of Richmond, California in a 2015 Mercedes-Benz AMG. Brian Murdana dialed in at 1090 in a Benz 2016 Mercedes-Benz GTS. And Hassoun Ayad takes the win. He goes 507 on the tree. He goes 1086 at 130 for the win on a 1080 dial. Bryant was late with a 300. Was better than the 507 light and takes the loss. Mark Carlson dialed in at 991 out of Napa, California, where he's an auto mechanic in the 02 Camaro. Gary Villanova dialed in at 1067 out of Napa. He's a retired painter. Steve's Performance built the engine for him, the 70 Nova SS. And Gary breaks out. He was 003 on the tree, goes 1053 with a 1 on a 1067 dial for the loss. Mark Carlson goes 10 flat on a 991 dial. Was 021 on the tree at 139 for the win. Steve Marinelli dial in at 1060 out of Vacaville in the 69 El Camino. Paul Rilla dial in at 1040 out of San Rafael in the Corvette. Steve turns on the red light, 009 to the dark side of the tree. Paul takes the win with a 074 green. Buck dialed in at 1135 out of Glen Ellen in the 2018 Grand Cherokee Hemi 6.2. Denzel side is the pickup truck dialed in 11 flat, and he's killing the mosquitoes and everything else that flies or walks or crawls. Buck takes the win. He goes 194 in the tree, goes 1138 on 1135 dial for the win. Denzel side in the pickup truck goes 1130 on 11 flat dial for the loss. Robert Lazzini dialed in 11 flat out of Roanoke Park in the Nova. Rich Rossi dialed in at 965, Pleasant Hill, California, in the 70 Chevelle. And Robert Lazzini turns on the red light. He goes 036 to the dark side of the tree. Rich Rossi with a 520 light takes the win. Steve Galileo dialed in at 1030 out of San Francisco in the 2022 Red Eye Hellcat. Scott Christian dialed in at 1070 out of Vacaville in the Charger Hellcat. And Scott Christian takes the win. He goes 077 on the tree. He goes 1074 on the 1070 at 127. Steve lost traction or something happened to his car, goes 1730 at 101. Joshua Harrison dialed in at 1055 out of Tracy, where he works as an electrician. In the 2020 Mustang GT, Steve Adams dialed on 1130 in the C8 Corvette. He's out of Fremont. And Joshua Harrison breaks out. It goes 1029 and a 1055 dial. Steve Adams takes the win. He goes 1147 on 1130 dial. All right, we got Top the Cops coming at you right now. We got Kibido from Nevada Police Department going against Ethan Smith on a 2008 Acura TL, dialed in at 1550. Excuse me. Kibido dialed in at 1530. Turns on the red light, 067 to the dark side of the tree. So that's going to give the win to the high school.
I gotta use it, actually. Hold on.
We got Officer Holmes out of CHP, dial in at 1670 in the Tahoe. Ryan Landaverde dial in at 1630. And the American Canyon is an 18-year-old student in the 2012 GTI. And the win's going to go to Ryan, the high school student out of American Canyon, takes the win. So that's 2-0 for the high school students. Now we got Officer Hauser out of the Nevada Police Department, where he works as a school resource officer in the Ford Explorer, down at 1635. Ryan, your birthday, dialed in at 1410 out of Warner Park in the O'Reilly lane. And Ryan breaks out, handing the win over to the Officer Hauser. He takes the win with a 241 light, goes 1653 at 83 miles an hour. Ryan broke out 1383. Officer Pacheco dialed in at 1590. Candace Griggs dialed in at 1355 out of Santa Rosa in the BMW. Oh, Candace Griggs takes it. That's 3-1 for the high school students. She goes 1384 on a 55. Pacheco was late on the tree and broke out on top of it. Peyton Gray dialed in at 1463 out of Vacaville High School in the 70 Duster. J Mack dialed in at 1634 out of Fairfield Police Department in the Ford Explorer. And J-Mac is going to take the win. He goes 084 on the tree. That gives the police officer now 3-2 for the high school students. He goes 1636 at 83 miles an hour for the win. Peyton Gray was late with a 153 light, goes 1470 on a 1463 dial for the loss. Jay Lewis dialed in at 1640 out of Fairfield Police Department. Jimmy Browser dialed in at 1630 out of Vacaville, California, in a 91 Honda. And Jay Lewis takes the win with a 565 light, goes 1665 on a 1640 at 83 miles an hour for the win. Jimmy had the better light at 259, but takes the loss because he could not run the 1630 number, goes 1689 for the loss. Kimberly Lemons dialed in at 17 flat in the Dodge Charger. Madison Eberhardt dialed in at 1520 out of Roller Park in the Mustang.
Right.
And Kimberly Lemons out of Roller Park CHP takes the win because Madison Eberhardt left before the tree was activated. So now it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3 for the cops. 4-3 for the cops. William Johnson dialed in at 20 flat for American Canyon. Bill Johnson Plumbing in the 87 Mustang. David Duretti dialed in at 16 flat from CHP Roller Park in the 2021 Charger. And David Duretti takes the win. He was 108 on the tree, goes 1640 on a 16 flat dial at 70 miles an hour. So that gives the kids 3 wins, the cops 5 wins. And William Johnson Well, 765 on the tree goes 2013 at 63 miles an hour. So congratulations to the police officers and the high school students for doing this tonight. And now it's the cops are 1-0-1 because they tied last week. Tom Myers dialed in at 13:20, got the bye run here. He goes 13:21 with a 5 because Will McNichol didn't show up. Must have had a.
Thanks, Gary.
He must have had a mechanical. Dennis Odell dialed in 1160 out of Crockett, California. Bill Myers dialed in at 1290 out of Petaluma. And Dennis Odell turns on the red light. Bill Myers with a 202 green takes the win.
Hey, Nick, go ahead and give me a break.
Doug Love dialed in at 1318. Travis Capps dialed in at 1150. Ducati versus Bonneville. And Doug Love takes the win. He goes 1341. He goes 107 on the tree. Alfredo Escadon dialed in at 1388 out of Nevada on the Harley. Eric Samork dialed in at 1250 on the 807 GSXR.
All right, Gary Carlson going to take a breather. Going to jump in here for a minute. Going through the first round of motorcycles. Will Osmond out of South San Francisco, the 18 Kawasaki 1040 the dial. Gets the head start. Here comes Tyler Crystal out of Napa, California, the 05 ZX10R. All these motorcycles have fax machine names. It's kind of interesting. 937 for Tyler on the 916 dial. He's going to take the win. He's 118 miles an hour. He was out of it. He caught Will pretty early. So Tyler moves on. We are laddered in motorcycle, so all of these guys are racing, and gals are racing people based on their qualifying order. So basically they set a reaction time during qualifying, and they get laddered accordingly. Jesse Dolan and George K. dialed heads up 1080s. Win's going to go to Jesse Dolan, 1091 on the 1080. George K. breaks out. He goes 1070, a tenth too quick. Not going to do it. Comes Sean Baldo out of American Canyon on a single. 1155 is his prediction. See Sean out here all the time on Wednesday nights. Going to trip through the beams 1126, way quicker than the 1155 prediction, but still going to move on by virtue of the single pass. Comes Jennifer Kirchhofer and Jason Brodus. Jennifer's out of Benicia. She's out here every week too, the 99 Ducati. Jason, Tacoma, Washington. That might be the furthest competitor here this evening. 1055 the dial for the Kawasaki. Hear him down there screaming through the gears. Scoreboard says, hey, Jennifer, 1240 on a 1240. She goes dead 6 for the win. Locks out Jason Brodus. That's going to be our final pair in motorcycle. Just kidding. Eric Oliver, Jonathan Wilkins would have been his competition. Did not make the call, so Eric's going to take the freebie into the next round on the CBR 600 Honda. On the single, Eric dialed 13 flat. He goes 1147. We might be seeing a dial-in adjustment from him in the next round. Here comes Sport Street. It's for your non-V8, non-V10 entries, basically less than 8 cylinders. So if you have something with 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, or 1, and it's got 4 wheels, you'll find it in Sport Street. Dead on Doug McKay gets the head start in the twin turbocharged Ford EcoBoost pickup. 1365 is his dial. He's down there on the brakes. Guillermo Hernandez out of Napa, California. Reaction time started with a 7. Doug had an 036 light. And Doug is going to move on to round number 2 of Sport Street. Here comes Giacomo Smith and Mike Young. Giacomo's out of Sonoma, California. He's a welder in the Toyota Camry Hybrid. Chirping the tires. She's a hot number, I tell you what. Comes Mike Young in the Volkswagen out of Petaluma. 16 GTI. He's dialed 1310. Got a lot of ground to make up. Oh, and the Toyota. Big breakout goes 1630 on the 1890 dial. Mike, 1392 on a 1310. He's going to move on to round number 2 of Sport Street. Here comes Michelle Shannon and Alan Alley Bud. Alan's out of Oakley, California, the Audi SQ5. One of those performance models from Audi. The 4 rings on the Audi logo actually represent the 4 car manufacturers that united to form Audi in the early 1970s. Auto Union, DKW, and 2 other ones I don't remember. And Alan's out, so it's a good thing I told that story now. We wouldn't get a chance later. He goes 1309 on the 1266. Michelle Shannon, the 22 Challenger, she's going to come back. 1488 on a 1470 dial. The 27-year-old out of Berkeley. Here comes Robert Ellistad and Charles Roberts. Robert, 1620 the dial in the 22 Honda Accord. I know Naro Gray it's a VW Audi color, but you see it on a lot of other stuff. You see it here on this Honda. Charles Roberts is out of Oakland, the 20 Challenger. Oh, and he fouls out. He's 189 red. You know, you can win with a late light. You cannot win with a red light. Well, you can, as long as the other guy doesn't go red by more. So Robert Ellistad's going to take it here, the 22 Accord. 1620, the prediction goes 1599. A lot of breakouts here in the first round. A lot of breakouts, guys. Weather's getting pretty good. I think people are certainly exceeding their predictions here. And I would not be surprised to continue seeing some breakouts as we keep rolling through. Dean Wall out of Pleasant Hill, the 20 Toyota Highlander, 1625. He's doing the chasing here. Tony Nunez in the 11 Lexus in the O'Reilly lane, 1850. The prediction for the Lexus. We're off clean and green, both drivers away. No red lights, so that's always a plus. There is a substantial starting line advantage. And contrary to what it would look like, the Highlander has the reaction time advantage. The Lexus was 6:54 on the tree and breaks out by almost 3 full seconds. The Highlander, 1674 on a 1625. Dean Wall comes back for round number 2 of Sport Street. Got a not on file here in the Denso lane. I've been corrected. That's not a not on file. That's a not legible. So we always remind you to fill out your tech cards completely and legibly. If I can't read it, I can't say your name. You know. Yeah, use the 26 letters in the Arabic alphabet, and we will get you covered here. So, well, I don't have to try to read it because he's out. Nicolette Tucker in the Infiniti Gonna Win out of Pittsburgh, California, 1525. Your winning ET for the driver in the O'Reilly lane. That wraps up Sport Street. We're going to make the move into the street category. This is for vehicles with 8 cylinders or more. So your V8s, your V10s, your V12s. You ever see a V16, it would be here. Very good reaction times here from both drivers. Steve Ribeiro down there in the pickup, he's going to get the win. He goes 16:03 on a 16 flat. Russ Swanson had some traction issues off the starting line. Going to send him home in round number 1. Steve Ribeiro going to take the win. Here comes. Now, see, now these ones actually are not on file. So we've got a C5 Corvette dialed 1280 and a Chevy pickup dialed 1610. Oh, there we go. Okay, now I've got names. Seth Reichart at a Napa, the airline pilot in the Corvette. He's dialed 1280. 1610 for Mario De Stefano at a San Bruno in the Silverado. Getting the 3.5 second head start here.
Why? I was trying to bump it over and I double tapped it. Yeah, you had it on automatic. Yeah. That doesn't bother me. Gotta get you a foot pedal.
All right, here we go. It's the next pair in street. Robert Pospacek and Ron Lamori. Ron's out of Danville, California. He's one of those members of the Crankers Car Club. The 14 Cadillac, 1480 the dial. He's getting the head start. Robert Pospacek. Out of Dixon, California, 1185 for the Dodge Challenger. I'm guessing that's, well, could be, it's either a slow Hellcat or a fast Scat Pack. I'm going to go with fast Scat Pack for now. Win light's going to go to Ron Lamori, 1501 on a 1480.
Oh yeah, they're all gonna be real annoyed. Just kidding, it wasn't. Right.
Oh, Tony Ciacracci's going to take the win here, the 63 Chevy Nova station wagon. Clay Gattuso fouls out in the Jeep. He's donezo. Here, Tony goes 1177 on the 1175. And he's going to put it into the next round of Street Eliminator. Everything starts with Eliminator. It's the NHRA in the late 70s. Everything is Eliminator. Luis Pelago out of Vacaville, the restaurant manager, the 3/4 ton diesel Chevrolet, 1410 is his dial. Ron Reiner out of San Francisco, the 20 Ford Mustang, 1178. Tree drops. Both drivers are clean and green. One driver cut the other's reaction time by 2/3, which that's a lot of numbers in this case. Luis Pelago going to pick up the win, 1427 on a 1410. Good by a bit. Ron Reiner was 984 on the tree. Still over the dial-in, but that reaction time was just the nail in the coffin. Here comes.
Yeah. Your reaction time's not supposed to be 10 times your age.
Comes Steve Hayberger out of Fairfield, the 20 Challenger. Ooh, it's a 1320. 1209 the dial. Eric Eberhardt at the 19 Camaro. He's going to take the win here. 1219 on a 1214 dial. Goodbye, 5. The Auto Tech out of Roanoke Park comes back for the next round. Mark Powers out of San Mateo, California, the 21 Challenger. And Miguel Rosas out of Oakland, California.
It says he's a stripper.
The male exotic dancer out of Oakland, California, the 16 Ford Mustang.
One more.
Why? Because he's a stripper?
Mark Powers, your winner in the Challenger. He goes 1409 on the 1390. Going to take the win at 100 miles an hour even. Devin Walter out of Santa Rosa. C7 Corvette, 1250 the dial. 1169 for John Trimbali in the 21 Durango in the O'Reilly lane. 1169 for a Durango, y'all. That is hauling the kids to soccer practice, and all their stuff is stuck to the back window.
Yeah, then you can race Sport Street.
Well, going down there, I've got a prediction. And, yep, it's going to be 1183, John Trimboli. Devin Walter goes 1275 on a 1250. Did not run the number. The Durango's coming back. Comes Ron Drummond out of Manteca, the good-looking 71 Corvette. It says here 6-liter. I'm wondering if that's LS powered. 1214 is his prediction. Going to be running down Rick De Leon Jr., or at least trying to, in the O2 Mustang out of Napa, California. Here I'm already down there lifting off the throttle. Yep, it's going to be Ron Drummond, 1241 on the 1214. Good run for the 71 Corvette. Going to get a chance to do it again. Here comes Vince Cardinale and Mark Glow. Mark's out of American Canyon, the 55 Chevrolet in the O'Reilly lane. The computer says 55. It looks like a 56, so your guess is as good as mine. Vince Cardinale's way down there. Then the Tiggs Jewelers 68 Mustang. I see brake lights from Vince. I see wind lights from Vince. 1507 on the 1469 after an 0:38 reaction time. Mark Glow, light started with a 5, and that pretty much sealed the deal on that one. Your next pair, Anthony Feeney and David Corral. David, the 16 Silverado. We got a couple of pickups here. Anthony Feeney's in the 20 F-150 Coyote powered, 1275 the dial. He's on the brakes. He's going to take the win here, 1257. It's a double breakout. Under by less. Anthony Feeney going to take the win. Kevin McCarty, Ben Mack. Ben's out of Fairfield. He's a landscaper. 1580 the dial in the Camry. Kevin McCarty doing the chasing, the respiratory therapist out of Fremont, California, in the Scat Pack Challenger. Down there at the finish line, it's going to be Ben Mack. He's 0.54 on the tree in the Camry. Goes 1589 on the 1580 dial. You know, I just watched Jake Wood win the sportsman category up at Reading Drag Strip in his wife's Toyota Camry. Maybe there's something under the hood of these Camrys that we just are not ready for. Logan says he doesn't want to talk about it. Well, too bad. We're talking about it. Paul Johns out of Union City, the 23 Camaro, 1280 the dial. In the Denso lane. Todd Farmer, American Canyon, the 21 Camaro. Got a couple of Camaros here. 1230 the dial for Todd, 1280 for Paul. Very similarly matched entries. 0.5 the difference in dial-ins down there at the finish line. Paul John is going to be your winner. Closer to the dial, 1299 on the 1280, good by 19. Todd Farmer is 29 off the dial. That works out to about 1/10, and that's pretty much what we see down there when you do some reaction time math. Walt Treadaway, Napa, California, the 08 Mustang, 1359 the dial. In the Denso lane, taking on Joey out of Fremont, 1230 the dial in the O'Reilly lane. He's going to go for one of those reverse burnouts. We love those reverse burnouts. Yep. Reverse burnouts don't work. You got to put it in drive. You got to put it in drive. He doesn't hear me. You got to put it in drive. It's because he's going backwards. There we go. Joey found drive. He put it in D for drag. And we're approaching the starting line. Walt's going to get about a full tree head start here, give or take. But he went through the beams. There we go. The pair of Mustangs is going down clean and green. Scoreboard says, hey, Walt, you're the winner, 1376 on a 1359 after an 0.75 reaction time. Joey, 170 on the tree. Not going to cut it. Comes Frank Bimbo and Don Hensley. Don's out of Brentwood, California, the 66 Crew Cab Chevelle. 1520 is his dial. That was the best appearing car at the 2022 Summit ET Finals. Frank Bimbo's out of San Francisco, California in the Jeep. He's dialed 1490. Deep staging on the part of Don Hensley to improve his reaction time. He's off and running. Those Mickey Thompsons are biting into the pavement here, giving him the advantage he needs. He's down there. He's looking over his shoulder. He's dragging the brake. It's going to be Don Hensley, 1579 on the 1520. Frank Bimbo, 689 on the tree and 0.5 off the dial for the loss. Here comes Nick Bimbo and Mark Conji. Mark's at a Concord, the 14 Mercedes. He's dialed 1150 down at the bottom of the category. The quickest you can dial in street is 1150. Nick's out of San Francisco, the 69 Mopar, the Dart, 1420 is his prediction. Well, it's a true start race. It's going to be Mark with the win. Both drivers go red. Mark goes red by less. The Mercedes comes back for another round in the street category, goes 1192 at 122 miles an hour. Neil Holcomb out of Concord, the 2000 Camry. Here we go, the mighty Camrys. They're going to dominate tonight. 1848 for the four-cylinder Toyota. And Pat Terra's out of San Francisco, the 97 Corvette, the first year of the C5. First year of the LS1, 345 horsepower was the rating in 1997. 1310's the dial. There's a very slight reaction time advantage out there. It is owned by Neil Holcomb in the Toyota Camry, and he's going to make it work. He goes 1848 with a 5 on an 1848. He goes dead on the dial-in. Pat Terra, 1331 on a 1310. No good. The Corvette is knocked out by the Camry. Here comes Joshua Lake and Enzo Marino. Enzo's graduated from the high school category. Shelville Racing sponsors the Jag XK8. 1540 the dial for the drop top cat. 1415 for Joshua Lake, the philatelist. I'm going to have to look up what that is. In the 21 Silverado. I'm being told that a philatelist is a stamp collector. So Josh Lake, the stamp collector, moves on to the next round of street in the Silverado pickup. Enzo Marino and the Jag break out by 9 thousandths of a second. He had 5 hun to play with in the reaction time. Couldn't make it work on the big end. Anthony Pelayo out of Vacaville. The Duramax pickup, 1475 the dial. Olivia Norris, the grandma out of Santa Rosa, the 19 Challenger, 1358 the dial. She's doing the chasing here, trying to drive her way out of that diesel smoke that Anthony Pelayo is dropping all over my racetrack. Anthony, 1483 on a 1475. He's going to take the win. Olivia could not get there. Mateo Coralejo is going to take the loss here as Marco G moves on in the Jeep SRT8. That wraps up the street category. We're going to move into high school. Dustin Love, your 2022 high school champion. He double bulbs here in the 99 Durango, sponsored by Love's Pest Control. 1680 the dial. 1550 for Ethan Smith out of Vallejo in the Acura. Doing the chasing here. 08 Acura TL Touring Luxury. I'm assuming. Not sure what else that would stand for. Dustin Love on the brakes. The Durango making a big slowdown. 1710 on a 1680. Dustin does his best to avoid breaking out. He does so. And he's going to move on to the next round. Ethan broke out. Here comes Ryan Landaverde and Dylan Yebra. Well, Dylan rolled the beams. So that's going to give the automatic win over to Ryan Landaverde out of American Canyon, California, that little VW Golf. 1630 the dial. It's screaming down there with the dual clutch goes 1674 at 87. Dylan goes 1368 after a big red light, courtesy of Rolling the Beams. Here comes Candace Griggs and Justin Wallace. Man, got a lot of BMWs out here tonight in the high school category. Don't tell my Toyota. Justin's out of Livermore, California. He's 17 BMW 440. Candace out of Santa Rosa, the 135. That's the economically sized BMW, 1350 the dial. Inline sixes in tandem going down the track. Something goes away on the 1 Series. Oh, and Justin Wallace breaks out. 1232 on a 1260. Candace Griggs going to take the win and had some kind of a mechanical issue. Oof. Comes Ryan Yeber. I wonder if they're related. Probably. Out of Roanoke Park, California, the Mustang, 1370 the dial. That's probably a V6, so 1370. Nate Sandoval, Brentwood, California, the 03 Mustang, convertible. 1530, I'm going to guess, ooh, I hear it, 4.65 speed, okay. Got a GT convertible. Like they say on Barrett Jackson, top goes down, price goes up. Down there at the scoreboard, Ryan, 1380 on the 1370. Nate Sandoval breaks out too quick. 1517 on a 1530, no good. Too quick, too fast. Slow that Mustang down. Comes Peyton Gray and Grayson Moore. Peyton Gray's out of Vacaville, the 70 Duster. 340 cubic inches of Mopar, 1468 the dial. You know, the Duster, 1970, Plymouth came out with the Duster as an economical muscle car. And initially, Dodge Division didn't want one. You know, they said, we got the Dart, we got the Charger, we got the Challenger, we don't need no intermediate A-body Duster. Well, that car basically flew out of the showrooms in 1970, and Dodge kicked and screamed and yelled and said, we want one too. And in 1971, they launched the Demon. 1507 for Peyton Gray, going to take the win here. Grayson Moore goes 1595 on a 1530 after a 154 reaction time. To be no good. Here comes Jimmy Brousseau and Anthony Hanhan. Anthony's out of Granite Bay, the 21 GTI. Jimmy's out of Vacaville in the Honda CRX. When's the last time you saw a Honda CRX, let alone a stock Honda CRX? That thing ought to be in a museum. 1750. The dial for Jimmy, he is way down there. And way off the dial, 1862 on a 1750. Anthony, 1417 on a 14 flat, much closer to the prediction and much closer to a winning time slip. And closer means like actually there. Comes Madison Eberhardt out of Roanoke Park, the 17 Mustang, 15 flat. In the O'Reilly lane, it's Lily Bell out of Geyserville, California, in the 2000 Jaguar.
That's a yes. Yeah, that was a yes. Sit on jackpot for a minute when you get him.
Lily Bell and the Jag going to take it. Jacob Saba out of San Francisco, the 22 BMW. This is the final pair in high school. We do have a single buy run as well in the category, currently in the water box. Not on file in the Ford pickup in the O'Reilly lane. Got it. Okay, so a couple of high school students were in Testenton, and that's probably where their tech cards still are. So we're still working on it. Jacob Saba, wow, that is An impressive reaction time for a high school student, and that is an impressive breakout for anybody. 12:37 on a 14 flat. After an 018 light, he had it signed, sealed, delivered. The truck was 768 on the tree, and he broke out by 1.6 seconds as Logan dies a little bit inside. William Johnson going to take the single here out of American Canyon, California. The 4-cylinder Fox body Mustang. That is the Pinto motor. That is a great motor. They make less power than Portugal, but it'll run forever. 20 flat is his dial-in, and Gary Carlson's going to remind me that his Mustang GT convertible with a 4-cylinder and an automatic ran a 24-second quarter mile and absolutely glued him to the seat with performance and anticipation. And I'm sure that's what William Johnson's experiencing right now as he goes 1982 at 66 miles an hour. Guys, he's speeding. He probably drove faster than that on his way here. And we're going to take a quick sec to touch up the track before we move into jackpot. Dialing for dollars, as my good friend Gary Carlson likes to say. In the jackpot category, they do not race for trophies. They race for cold, hard cash. The drivers meet up before the race takes place, and they buy in, they get laddered, and they're racing for the big bucks. $10 buy-in. Winner takes the pot. Jorge Valencia, the first car out in jackpot. He's on the buy run. Jorge is the owner of Sequoia Septic Service up there in Sebastopol, California. Running the little Chevy Love pickup here. 1020's his dial. 427 cubic inches of LS-powered Chevrolet is his power plant. Just a reminder, guys, the sun is behind the grandstands, and the track lights are on. That means your lights should be on when you come out of the staging lanes. So just a reminder, you don't need to have your headlights on, but you do need to have your taillights on. So those are also known as parking lights. You need to have your lights on when you come out of the staging lanes. It's how we track your progress down the racetrack. So once again, the track lights are on. We need to have your taillights on. Jorge on the single. 037 on the tree. He breaks out, but it's okay. It's a buy run. He goes 1018 on a 1020. Here comes Craig Merrilees out of Windsor, California, the Tesla. The 2022 NHRA EV World Champion. 11:59 the dial, and he does not have an easy match here. It is the legend Bill Taggart out of El Sobrante, California, in the 01 Tortoise, and Bill Taggart fouls out. He's dialed 1760. He's got a lot of time to think about that red light. He goes 1764 out the back door. Craig Merrilees going to be coming back for the next round of jackpot to race for the big bucks. Here comes Steve Ball, Bobby Grabrian. Steve Ball, a very happy camper today. He has his first 12-second pass in that 01 Mustang, sponsored by B&G Tire and Jenny Ball Insurance out of Napa, California. 1292 written on the window. That's what he's aiming for. Bobby Grabrian, the competitor, says, I think that I'm going to put this Coyote in the winner's circle tonight. He's in the 14 Mustang out of Novato, California. 1256 is his dial. And we're going to stay awful quiet for a second here. Yep, okay, he saw it. Something happened to Steve Ball's car. Not sure if he had a mechanical issue or just a brain fart, but he did not leave the starting line. His reaction time was slower than his 60-foot time, which is not typical. Bobby Grabrian punches an easy ticket into round number 2 of jackpot. Here comes Larry Ball. This is Steve's dad. He's out of Napa, California, the 71 Chevy C10. 549 cubic inches of Chevrolet pushes that big pile of GM steel to a 1040 elapsed time. He's doing the chasing. Bad Brad Bowen out of Novato. There he goes, 1209. The dial for Bad Brad in the 2000 Trans Am, and he fouls out. He's 60 red. Larry Ball also with a mechanical problem. Brad fouls out, goes dead on the dial in. He's 1209.6 on a 1209, and he's red. Larry Ball with a mechanical issue is going to take that pickup into the next round of jackpot. We hope he can get it fixed up and face his opponent in round number 2. Comes Mitchell Gately and Scott Sturley. The two, these guys are best friends. They want to race in the final, not in round number 1. But jackpot's on a lather, and sometimes that's just how it goes. Scott, it's out of San Rafael, California, in the Tesla. 1192 is his dial. Mitchell Gately out of Katati, the 64 Nova. 10:05, the dial screaming on down there. Scoreboard says, how about Mitchell Gately? Double breakout. Scott Sturley, 8 thou advantage off the starting line. He breaks out by 9 thousandths of a second down there at the finish line. It is an 8 thousandths stripe at the finish line. Computer, beep, boop, beep, boop. Mitchell Gately, your winner, coming back into round number 2 of jackpot.
Scott's going to.
Here, yeah, and Scott will be in the EV category here pretty quick. Here comes John Murphy, Philip Topping. Philip's out of Saratoga, California, the retired aircraft engineer. The 11 Ford Mustang, 1243 the dial, 1012 for John Murphy, the fire captain out of Yountville. 10-12 in the 55 Chevy. You hear him down there, womp, 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 and he does not get there. John Murphy was in control. He did not get to the finish line by 1 thousandth of a second. Philip Topping says, I'm dialed 1243. I'm going to trust the car. I'm going to keep it buried. And he's rewarded with a win light into the next round of jackpot. Now, that wraps up round number 1. We're going to head into some time onlys now. I'm going to take a break for a minute.
All right, we're just about at the end of testing tunes. I can see Gear Jammers coming up. So that's where we're going to be. Gear Jammers next time around. That's for the first round. All right, now we got test and tune out of the way. We got Gear Jammers. We got to start off with Patrick Lanoux, dialed in 1188 out of Benicia in the 2016 Challenger Dodge Hellcat. And Dan Anchek, dialed in at 1319 out of Pacifica in the 66 Ranchero. It's got a 351 in it. There were four's answer to the El Camino, or was the other way around? The El Camino was the answer to the Ranchero, but either way. And Patrick Lanoux takes the win. He goes 231 on the tree. He goes 1248 on 1188 dial. Dan was way off his dial. He went 1426 on a 1319 for the loss. Peter Meyer dialed in at 1270 out of Pacifica in the 67 Pontiac GTO. Kelly Poog dialed in at 1530 out of Lafayette, California in the 2016 Ford Fiesta. Peter's going to give up a lot of real estate here to Kelly. Well, it doesn't matter now. Kelly goes 357 green. Peter turned on the red light, goes huge 149 red. And there's a decimal point in there right away. Racial throw, dial in at 1510 out of Santa Rosa, California. The actor out of R&D Garage. Geraldo Garcia dialed in at 15 flat from Napa, where he's a engineer driving a 96 hatchback. And Rachel Throw takes the win. She goes 1547 on a 1510 for the win. Geraldo Garcia went 1805 on a 15 flat dial for the loss. Mike Gallop dialed in at 12 flat out of Petaluma, California in a 67 Camaro. Mark Chansey dialed in at 1415 from Vacaville, California, where he's a retired aircraft Air Force person in the 64 Fury. And Mark Chansey goes 010 on the tree, goes 1429 on a 1450 for the win. Mike goes 213 on the tree, goes 1230 on a 12 flat dial for the loss. Scott Frazier dialed in at 1560 out of Novato, California in a Fiat. Ben Cooper dialed in at 1235 out of Vacaville, California, where he's a program manager with the 02 Z06 Chevy Corvette. And he takes the win over Scott Frazier. He goes 327 green. Scott Frazier goes 021 red. And Ben Cooper moves on. Reno Ayers dialed in at 1850 out of Petaluma, California. He's a bridge builder in the fit. What's a bridge builder do? He builds bridges, I guess. Carl Silson dialed in at 1256 out of Ross, California. He's a dog walker. He works at Jelly Bean Integrated Research in the 99 Miata. Yeah, I never met a bridge builder before, but, you know, you got to think about it. We need them. Carl Silson going to give him a lot of real estate here. He's going to see if he can run him down at the top end, or can Reno keep him, hold him off, and its double breakout goes to Carl Silson, takes the win. Charles Allison dialed in at 1360 out of Hercules, California in the Mustang. John Lemos dialed in at 1385 out of Novato. He's a retired meat manager in the Shelby GT. And something happened to John Lemos' car because it slowed to a 1925 on a 1385 dial. He had him treat 086 or 320. So Charles Allison takes the win with a 1488 on a 1360 dial. Claudius Lau dialed in at 1270 out of Fremont, California in the Camaro. Charles Roberts dialed in at 1330 out of Oakland, California in the 2017 Challenger. In there. And Charles Roberts takes the win. He goes 1365 on a 1330, 173 on the tree. Claudius Lau takes the loss. Bill Burns dialed in at 1272 out of Sonoma, California in the 82 Mustang. Steve Jaslowski dialed in at 1188 out of San Jose, California in the 2014 Mustang 5.0. We call Steve Jaslowski grumpy. And it's not because he's grumpy. He's always got a smiley face on. And he's got a smiley face on because he takes the win here. All right, we got a single right now. Jacob Thurber dialed in at 1538 in the Skyline. That's a real Skyline, too, because he's right-hand drive. And we got two Skylines here today. We got one's in testing tune, and he's a real one, too, right-hand drive. Now we're in the EV class. Regard Partey dialed in 1170 out of San Francisco, California in the BMW. Car number 58 dialed in 1177 in the O'Reilly lane. Last week, Scott Sturley won the inaugural race here for opening night. That was postponed because of the rain. And he took the win. The first EV class winner here ever. And the winner go to car number 58. He goes 1178 on 1177 dial, 165 on the tree. Partey was late with an 091 light, but he couldn't run the 1170 dial. He went 1206 for the loss. Michael Tran dialed in 1190 from Hayward, California in the Tesla. The Denzel side dialed in at 1380. And Michael Tran's going to take the win. He goes 1209 on 1190 dial, 364 in the tree. Denzel side car number 34 broke out. Scott Sturley, last week's winner out of San Rafael in the 22 Model Y Tesla, takes the win with a 005 green light, where the O'Reilly side goes 019 red for the loss. So Scott Sturley, in his quest for 2 in a row, see what he can do. Drew Keeler won the comp rod. Drew Keeler dialed in 1130 out of San Rafael, California in the 2013 Camaro SS. Last year's points champion, Kevin Diadamo, dialed in 1197 out of Napa in the Corvette, where he sells tires. And Drew Keeler is not going to catch Kevin Diadamo. Kevin Diadamo goes 1197 dead on 4, 082 on the tree. Drew Keeler was late with a 133 light. Goes 1145 on 1130 for the loss. Congratulations, Kevin Diadamo. Eddie Cooker dialed in at 1230 out of Santa Rosa in the 34 Ford Coupe. God, that's a beautiful car. Shun Takahashi dialed in at 1232 out of Corte Madero in the 98 Acura. And Soon's going to take the win. He goes 1236 on a 1232 at 137 on the tree. Eddie goes 1304 with a 098 on a 1230 dial for the loss. Mark Carlson dialed in at 995 out of Napa, California in the 02 Camaro. Hazma Ayel dialed in at 1140 out of Richmond, California in the 95 AMG. And Mark Carlson takes the win. He goes 1001 at 127 and 123 on the tree. Dialed in at 995. Hazma goes 1155 on a 1140 dial for the loss. Hassim Ayad dialed in at 1080 out of Richmond, California in the 2015 AMG Mercedes-Benz. Scott Christian dialed in at 1070 out of Vacaville, California. Goes 118 on the tree green. Ayad goes 007 red for the loss. Hey, let's see how close they come. And Scott Christian breaks out, goes 1066 on a 1077. And Ayad goes 1085 on a 1080 dial for the loss. Paul Willa dialed in at 1055 from San Rafael, California in the 08 Corvette. Buck dialed in at 1135 out of Glen Ellen in the 2018 Grand Cherokee 6.2 Hemi. And win's going to go Buck Bruziger. He goes 1135 dead on 3, but he had a 233 light for the win. Paul was better light, 213 on 3, but could not run the 1055 number. He had a mechanical. Rich Rossi dialed in at 965, Pleasant Hill, California, 70 Chevelle. Steve Adams dialed in at 1130 from Fremont, California, in the O'Reilly lane. That's a C8 Corvette, by the way. And this Rotzi breaks out. He goes 963 out of 965. He was 330 on the tree for the loss. Steve Adams was 389 on the tree, goes 1187 on 1130 at 118 for the win. Then now we're in the motorcycle. We got Doug Love, your reigning points champion, dialed in at 1322 and on the Bonneville and the Denzel side. Bill Myers dialed in at 1290 out of Petaluma. Bloomfield Machine 1998 Honda. And Doug Love takes the win. He goes 072 on the tree, goes 1335 on a 1322 for the win. Bill Myers was late with a 213 light. He goes 1324 on a 1290 for the loss. Sean Baldo dialed in at 1145 for American Canyon. Tyler Crystal dialed in at 916 out of Napa, California with the ZX10R.
I know why Eric had mechanical. No, look at the bolt. Jorge gave it to me. He said it was from Eric's bike.
Alfredo Escadon and Jesse Dolan. Jesse Dolan dialed in at 1080. Alfredo Escadon dialed at 1380. Jesse Dolan turns on the red light. Alfredo Escadon goes 240 green for the win. Eric Oliver dialed in at 1142 on the Honda out of Santa Rosa. Jennifer Christopher dialed in at 1220 out of Benicia. She's a registered nurse on the 99 Ducati. And Eric Oliver takes the win over Jennifer. He goes 142 on tree, goes 1162 and 1142 for the win. Jennifer takes the loss. Tom Myers gets the bye run here in motorcycle, dialed in at 1320. And he goes 1306 on a 1320 dial. He's got to rethink that one.
I hate you for that. Yeah, me too. Huh? I love you too.
Nicolette Tucker dialed in at 1430. We're in the Sport Street, dialed in at 1430 out of Pittsburgh, California. In the Affinity, Doug McKay dialed in at 1358 out of Rodeo, California. In the 2021 Ford F-150 4x4. And tap on the brakes. Doug takes the win. He was 122 and 3, goes 1376 on a 1358. Nicolette Tucker was late with an 879 light and then proceeded to break out on top of it. Dean Wall dialed in at 1640 out of Pleasant Hill, California in the 2020 Highlander Toyota. Mike Young dialed in at 1340 out of Petaluma, California in the 2016 VW GTI 2.0. And Dean Wall's going to take the win. He goes 1663 on a 1640 dial, 084 in tree at 70 miles an hour. Mike Young was late with a 333 light, and things just didn't work out for him. Robert Elstead dialed in at 1595, got the bye run here in the 22 Accord, so he's going to make it to the next round. All right, Ron Lamori. We're back in the street, dialing at 1480 out of Denver, California. Crankers Car Club, 2014 Cadillac CTS. Tim Barron dialed in at 1670 out of Rohnert Park, California, where he's a retired mechanic. Hey, he's retired at 65. I'm 65. The 05 Chevy pickup, 2500, 6.0. That's not fair. You can't retire. And when to go to Ron Lamore, he goes 1513 on a 1480 dial. He was 037 on tree. Tim Barron must have had a retired reaction time there because he went 345 on a tree and could not run the number. Mark Powers dialed in at 1390 out of San Mateo, California, in a 2021 Challenger. Steve Ribeiro dialed in at 16 flat out of Millbrae, the 62-year-old still working Auto Tech, the 04 Silverado. Takes the win. He goes 132 green because Mark Powers turned on the red light, 039 to the dark side of the tree. Ron Drummond dialed in at 1212 out of Manteca, California in a 71 Corvette. Eric Eberhardt dialed in at 1204 out of Rohnert Park. He's a 51-year-old Auto Tech in the Camaro. Ron Drummond, hey, that's got a 6.0 LS motor in it. I know that because you don't put a 6.0 in there and not be a 6.0. And Ron Drummond takes the win. He goes 1224 on a 1212 dial, 026 on the tree at 104. Eric Eberhardt was a little bit late with a 091, but could not run that number. 1204, he goes 1219 for the loss. Ben Mack dialed in at 1580 out of Fairfield, California, where he's a landscaper in the Camry. Tony Tarazzi dialed in at 1170 out of Pacifica. He's a 53-year-old mechanic in the 63 Nova wagon. Yeah, that's got a 383 in it. Wow, no wonder it's so quick. And the win goes to Ben Mack. He goes 1582 on a 1580 dial, 012 on the tree. Tony Tarazzi was late with a 171 light. That's uncharacteristic of Tony. He goes 1177 on 1170 for the loss. Vince Cardinale dialed in at 1468 from San Francisco, California, Tigger's Jeweler. 68 Mustang. John Trimboli dialed in 1169 out of San Rafael. Was a Safeway delivery driver in the 2021 Durango. And that's one of those ones with the Hemi in it. And a double breakout one goes to Vince Cardinale. He goes 1465 on a 68, 023 on the tree. John Trimboli broke out two, but broke out more. He goes 1162 on 1169, 090 on the tree for the loss. Anthony Freeney dialed in at 1275 out of Rohnert Park, California, where he works in finance. In the 2020 F-150, Don Hensley dialed in at 1580 out of Brentwood, California, where he's a special needs provider in the 66 Chevelle. Double breakout one goes to Anthony Freeney. He goes 1263 on a 1275 for the win. 071 on the tree. Don Hensley was better on the tree, but broke out more. He goes 1503 on a 1518 for the loss. Paul John dialed in at 1280 out of Union City, 23 Camaro. Marco G out of Vallejo dialed in at 1295. Turns on the red light. He goes Roxanne. John Paul takes the win with a 346 green light. And Marco G goes 1297 on a 1295. Just misses it. But it wouldn't have mattered anyway. Walt Turrithi dialed in at 1359 out of Napa, California, where he's 75 years old, retired in the 08 Mustang. Mark Kunji dialed in at 1160 out of Concord. He's 58 years old and retired in the Mercedes-Benz 2014. And Walt Turrithi's going to take the win. He goes 1369 on a 1359, 333 in the tree. Mark Kunji was late with a 497 light, goes 1231 on a 1160. Could not run that 1160 number. Neil Holcomb dialed in at 1845 out of Concord, California in a 2000 Camry. Joshua Lake dialed in at 1420. The stamp collector out of Petaluma in the Silverado. Turns on the red light. He went Roxanne, 006 to the dark side of the tree. Neil Holcomb takes the win with a 145 green. With that, we'll finish with street. Now we're going to go into high school. Got your points champion, Dustin Love, right there, coming up. Dustin Love, last year's points champion, dialed in at 1655 out of Petaluma. Loves pest control, 99 Dodge Durango. Ryan Landaverde dialed in at 1670 out of American Canyon in a Volkswagen GTI. And Dustin Love goes 172 on the tree, goes 1677 on a 1655 for the win at 70 miles an hour. Ryan was late with a 425 and could not make up the distance. Ryan Uberta dialed in at 1380 out of Rohnert Park, California. Candace Griggs dialed in at 1350 out of Santa Rosa, California in a BMW. And a double red light win goes to Candace Griggs. She was 180 red. Ryan was 625 red. And you know what happens? Closer to zero takes the win. So Candace Griggs goes on to the next round of high school. William Johnson dialed in at 1980 at American Canyon. Bills Johnson Plumbing in the 87 Mustang. Peyton Gray dialed in at 1510 out of Vacaville High School in the 70 Duster, 340. A friend of mine had a 70 Duster when I was growing up. I mean, we got into some good street races with my Chevelle SS, which I broke even on winning. And Peyton Gray takes the win. He goes 15-24 on a 15-10, 106 on the tree. William Johnson started out with a 727 light and got worse from there. Nick Saba dialed in at 1450 out of San Francisco, California, a 23 Ford F-150. Louis Bell dialed in at 1540 out of Geyserville, California, in the Jaguar. And Louis Bell's going to take the win because Nick Saber broke out. Louis Bell goes 1541 on a 1540, 671 on the tree. Anthony Hahn dialed in at 14 flat out of Granite Bay, California in the Jetta. Going to take the bye run here. Then we're going to bring up Jackpot with the next round. And what a good race it is for Jackpot. You got Jorge Valencia going against Mitch Gately. These two do not give an inch, and it's going to be a great race all the way down the track, as long as they don't red light or brake. But other than that, this should be a good race. All right, we got Jorge Valencia dialed in at 1018 in the Chevy Love out of Santa Rosa. Mitch Gately dialed in at 1004 out of Cotati, California in the 64 Nova. He's got a conventional 427, where Jorge's got an LS 427.
He's not going to do that. He's going to get it to go straight. Just on one edge, it just has a, it's just not got much left on the dimple. Well, no, he doesn't have cord showing, but by the end of the night, it will be cord.
And the winner going to Mitch Gately goes 019 on the tree, goes 1009 on a 1004 dial. Jorge was late on the tree compared to Mitch. He goes 051 on the tree, goes 1028 on a 1018 dial for the loss. Craig Merrill's dial 1162 out of Windsor, California. The Electron Wrangler EV Rippers, the world champion in EV at the World Finals. Bobby Grabian dialed in at 1254 out of Novato, California in the Mustang. And Bobby takes the win. He goes 1254 dead on 5031 on the tree. Craig had a better light, but went 1165 on 1162 for the loss. He had an 015 light on top of that. All right, now here we go. We got Philip Topping over here, dialed in at 1243 on a single. He's going to go to the next round. He goes 177 on the tree. He goes 1243 on a 1243 dead on 7, 177 on the tree. All right, now that brings us to test and tune. I'm going to take a break here while we go to test and tune. All right, that's for, we're going to be just finishing up here with time onlys. Then we're going to be back into real racing. We got Gear Jammer coming back to the line. We got Patrick Lanou dialed in 1188 in the Challenger in the Denzel side. Kelly Poog dialed in at 1530 in the 2016 Ford Fiesta in the O'Reilly lane. Patrick Lanou run this race 2 weeks ago on our opening night that was much delayed by rain. And when you see somebody on the brakes like you just did Patrick Lanou, you know he passed the guy and wanted to make sure that he was safe. Ratio throw dial in at 1510 out of Santa Rosa, California. Turns on the red light. Ben Cooper dial in at 1234, takes the win, 075 green. So he gets to move on. Ratio's out. Mark Chansey dialed in a 1415 out of Vacaville, California in the 64 Fury. Charles Allison dialed in at 1460 out of Hercules, California in the 88 Mustang LX. Mark Chansey takes the win on a double breakout. He goes 14-12 on a 1450, 220 on tree. Charles Allison broke out even more. He was 1406 on a 1460 dial. Carl Silson, Uranium Points champion, dialed in at 1242 in the Miata. Jason Turber dialed in at 1538 out of San Jose in the 1990 Skyline. That is a real Nissan Skyline, by the way. It's a right-hand drive car. You don't see many of those, but we actually have two of them here tonight. And Carlos Wilson's going to take the win. He goes 1262 on a 1242, 021 on the tree. Charles Roberts down at 1330. Steve Jaslowski down at 1188. All right, we got a red Mustang out here. We're going to need it moved. License plate number is 8SJS727. So you got to move that car right away before he gets towed. And the winner goes to Steve Jaslowski. He goes 11.99 and 11.88, 0.99 on the tree. Charles Roberts could not run that number. 13.30, went 14.30 for the loss. And we got Logan Pagano right here doing a test time only. And after Logan goes down the track, we're going to have the EV finals coming at you right now.
quiet racing.
And Logan blows the tires off the car. And he goes 050 on the tree. He goes 1345 at 106. Which brings us to our EV final. Turns out that one of the EV guys went home. I'll get the times up here to you as soon as I get it up on the boards. All right, we got Scott Sturley, 1195 dial, and the Tesla Model 22. Marty Firmer, dialed in 1177. In the Tesla, hey, it's the Tesla battle. 1195 for Scott. Marty Firmer, dialed in 1177. Scott won this last week on the inaugural EV race that we had here. See if we can do it again. All right, and back-to-back wins for Scott Sturley. He goes 12 flat at a 1195 dial, 043 on the tree. Marty Firmer was late with a 247 light and broke out on top of it. So Marty Firmer second place. Scott Sturley back-to-back wins. All right, we're back in the comp rod. Mark Carlson in the Camaro, dialed in at 995. Kevin Diadamo, your points champion last year, 1196 dial in the Corvette. And Kevin Diadamo takes the win. He goes 041 on the tree. He goes 1204 on 1196 dial. Mark Carlson had him on the tree. He was 020, but could not run that 995 dial. He went 1101 for the loss. Buck Buziger, dialed at 1125 out of Glen Ellen in the 2018 Grand Cherokee. Scott Christian, dialed in at 1070 out of Vacaville, California, in the 2021 Charger Hellcat.
Ooh, that Jeep Cherokee with the Hemi's fast.
And Scott Christian is going to take the win. He was 117 on the tree. He goes 1078 on a 1070 dial for the win. Buck, he was late with a 204 light. Goes 1129 and 1125. Soon Takahashi, dialed in at 1232 out of Corte Madera, California. In a 98 Acura, got the bye run. And when he's done, we're going to go to the next round of motorcycle. We're back in the motorcycle. We got Doug Love dialed in at 1350. Sean Baldo dialed in 1140. And Doug Love takes the win. He goes 006 green with Sean turned on the red light, 026. He went Roxanne for the loss. Doug Love broke out, goes 1311 on a 1315, but it didn't matter because he already run the race, but he wanted to see what it ran. Alfredo Escadon dialed in at 1380. Tom Myers dialed in at 1315.
Eric,
And Tom Myers turns on the red light. Fredo Escon with a 210 green takes the win. And that brings us to Eric Oliver, who's dialed in 1140 out of Santa Rosa, California, in the Honda. And Eric Oliver goes 204 on the tree. See how close he comes to the 1140 dial. He goes 1143 with a 9 on 1140 dial. So Eric Oliver moves on to the next round.
116. Is that what it was?
Doug McKay dialed in at 1355, got the bye run here. In the Ford F-150. And Doug McKay breaks out on the bye run. He goes 1353 on a 1355. He was not bad on the tree, 083. Dean Wall dialed in at 1645 out of Pleasant Hill, California in the Highlander. Robert Elstead dialed in at 1588. We got a double red light win for Dean Wall. He was 049 red to the 097 red of Robert. So Robert being farther from zero, Dean Wall being closer to zero, takes the win.
Oh, we're changing classes?
All right, that was the end of Sports Street. Now we're back in the street. We got Ben Mack dialed in at 1580 in the 2019 Camry. Steve Rubio dialed in at 16 flat out of Millbrae in the Silverado. And Ben Mack breaks out, and Steve Rubio takes the win. He goes 1603 on a 16 flat. He was 103 on the tree. Ben Mack was 160 on the tree, went 1567 on a 1580. Vince Cardinale dialed in at 1465 out of San Francisco in the 68 Mustang. Ron Drummond, 1212 dial out of Manteca, California in the 71 Corvette. That is a pretty looking Corvette. And Vince Cardinale is going to take the win. Almost identical reaction times. Vince Cardinale got the better of him. 050 to an 053 takes the win. He goes 1467 on a 1465 to move on. Ron Lamore dialed in at 1480. Neil Holcomb dialed in at 1845. And Ron Lamore went Roxanne. He goes 280 to the dark side of the tree. Neil Holcomb wins it with a 177 green. Walt Twithy dialed in at 1359 in the Mustang. Anthony Free dialed in at 1275 in the 2020 Ford F-150 pickup. And Anthony Free takes the win. He goes 158 on the tree. He goes 1296 on a 1275. Walt Twithy had the better light, 041, but could not run that 1359 number. He goes 14 for the loss. Now we're back in the high school. Anthony Hannon dialed in at 14 flat in the Volkswagen. Dustin Love dialed in at 1655 in the Durango. I believe this is the high school quarterfinals. I think I see one more high school car in the lane. And Anthony Hannon turns on the red light. It goes 035 to the dockside of the tree. Dustin Love takes the win with a 123 green. And breaks out. It goes 1646 on a 1655 dial. Lily Bell dialed in at 1540 out of Geisel in the Jaguar. Payne and Gray dialed in at 1524 out of Vacaville, California in the 70 Duster.
Is this the semis of the jackpot?
And Payne and Gray breaks out. He goes 1497 on a 1524 dial, 151 on the tree. Lily Bell goes 169 on the tree, goes 1540 dead on 3 for the win. Congratulations, Lily Bell. Candice Griggs dialed in at 1350, goes 027 on the tree. Got the bye run here in high school. That brings us to the semifinals of Jackpot. All right, that puts us back into the semifinals of Jackpot. Mitch Gately dial in at 10:04 in the Nova. Bobby Grabian dial in at 12:52 in the Mustang. In the O'Reilly lane. This is a good race. Mitch Gately, he's a hard hitter. Bobby Grabian, he's just as hard on the tree. He may not have the horsepower that Mitch does, but he gets it done.
Wow, look at that. Old 31 to old 37.
And Mitch Gately, with the better light, he was 031 on tree, goes 10:03 on a 10:04. That was 10:03 with an 8, by the way, breakout. Bobby goes dead on 3 with an 037 light for the win. I told you that was a good race. That was just fantastic race. Now, Bobby in the finals is going to be facing Philip Topping next time around. Philip Topping down at 12:43. Let's see how close he can come to that number, because Bobby was dead on. He goes 13:49 on a 12:43 dial. He's going to have to do some rethinking on that. All right, we're back in the time onlys. We got one car here. It's a 63 Nova wagon. And then we'll be into gear jammers. All right, and the wagon goes 1244 at 111, 399 on the tree. That brings us back to gear jammers. We got Patrick Lanoux dialed in at 1188 in the Challenger. Ben Cooper dialed in at 1234 in the Corvette Z06. And Patrick LaRue takes the win, just like last week. He goes 12:09 on 11:88 down, 100 on the tree. Ben Cooper was late with a 2:09 light and could not run that 12:34 number. Carlos Hilson dialed in at 12:42 in the Miata. Mark Chansey dialed in at 14:50 out of Vacaville, California, 64 Fury. And Carlos Hilson takes the win. He was 0.99 on the tree, goes 12.49 on a 42 for the win at 106. Chansey was late with a 2.09 light. Steve Jaslowski gets the bye run here, goes dialed in 11.88. Let's see what Grumpy can do. And Steve Jaslowski breaks out, goes 11.76 on 11.88 dial. It was 0.20 on the tree, but he's got to rethink that dial just a little bit. Make it interesting next time around. All right. We're into the semifinals of Comp Rod. Shun Takahashi dialed in at 12.32 in the Acura. Kevin Diadamo dialed 11.96 in the 03 Corvette. And Kevin Diadamo into the finals goes 094 green to Sean 005 red. And Scott Christian, he's into the finals because he he decided to sit this one out. So we get around to back to it. Scott Christian is going to be going against Kevin Diadamo. Doug Love here in motorcycle gets the bye run. He's dialed in at 13:10, so he gets the bye run into the finals. And Doug Love goes 13:06 on a 13:10 dial. He's going to be facing one of these two bikes, Alfredo Escadon, dialed in at 1380 in the Harley. Eric Oliver dialed in at 1141 on the Honda.
Please don't tell me Eric wins and gets into the finals.
Yep. And Alfredo Escadon breaks out. He goes 1377 on a 1380. He was 170 on the tree. Eric Oliver takes the win, moves into the finals against Doug Love. He goes 113 on the tree, goes 1169 on 1141 for the win. So it's going to be Oliver against Love in the finals. All right, the Sports Street final is up here on the line. Dean Wall dialed in at 1634. Doug McKay dialed in at 1352. The Ford pickup going against a 2020 Highlander.
So is the semifinals a street? Okay. Well, look at those lights. Close. We're looking at each other all the way down the track.
And Doug McKay takes the win. He goes 13.56 on a 13.52, 0.54 on a tree. Dean Wall, second place, goes 0.64 on the tree. Goes 16.43 on a 16.34 dial for second place. Neil Holcomb dialed in at 18.41 in the Camry. Steve Rubio dialed in at 16 flat in the 04 Silverado. This is your semifinals of street. And Steve turns on the red light, so Neil Holcombs is going to go in the finals. He goes 0.54 green, so he's going to face one of these two people. Vince Cardinal dialed in at 14.65. Anthony Freeney dialed in at 12.75. And it's going to be Anthony Free. He goes 0.65 on the tree. He goes 12.92 on 12.75 for the win. Vince Cardinal goes 0.40 on the tree, but could not run that 14.65 dial. So Anthony Free is going to go into the final against Holcomb. All right, this is the semifinals of high school. Dustin Love dialed in at 16.42. Candace Riggs dialed in at 13.50. Candace turns on the red light. 0.12 to the dark side of the tree. Dustin Love takes the win with a 150 green light. All right, Louis Bell takes the bye run and goes into the finals. I'm pretty sure it's going to be against Dustin Love. All right, here's your jackpot finals. Philip Topping dialed in at 12.43 in the Mustang. Out of Saratoga, Bobby Grabian dialed in at 12.52 out of Novato in the 2014 Mustang GT. Here it is for all the money. Philip Topping, Bobby Grabian. 12.52 dial for Bobby, 12.43 dial for Philip Topping. Who's it going to be, Bobby or Topping? We'll soon find out. And it's just like that. Philip Topping turns on the red light. 0.42 to the dark side of the tree, giving Bobby with an 0.87 green light. The win in jackpot tonight. Congratulations, Bobby Grabian, on a good job of racing today. All right, this is the semifinal. Steve Jeslovsky down at 11.88 in the Mustang. Carl Silson down at 12.42 in the 99 Miata. Carlos is the reigning points champion in Gear Jammers. The winner of this is going to face Patrick Lanoux next time around in the finals. And Carlos Hilson takes out Steve Jeslovsky He was 065 on G. Steve was 064. Steve broke out with 1186 on 1188 dial. Carl Simpson goes 1245 on a 1244 dial.
This is the comp rod final.
All right, the Cop Rod final coming up at you right now. Okay, it's going to be Scott Christian, dialed in at 1077 out of Vacaville, California, in a 2021 Charger Hellcat. Kevin Diodamo, 1196 dial, out of Napa, California. Tire person, but he owns the tire company that's over there. 03 Corvette with a 5.7. Kevin, your reigning points champion in Comprod. And Scott Christian turns on the red light. He with Roxanne. Kevin Diodamo goes 243 green for the win tonight in Comprod. So congratulations to Kevin on a good day racing. Scott Christian, you had a good day too, but you got second place. All right, here's our motorcycle final. Doug Love dialed in at 1298 out of Novato, California on the Bonneville. Eric Oliver out of Santa Rosa, California, dialed in at 1142. And Doug Love takes out Eric Oliver. He goes 13 flat on a 1298 dial with 046 on G. So congratulations to Doug Love on taking out Eric Oliver. All right, this is our street finals. Anthony Freeney dialed in at 1275. Neil Holcomb dialed in at 1836 in the Camry. Holcomb dialed in at 1275 in the Ford F-150 pickup. And Anthony Freeney takes the win tonight in street. He goes 1271 breakout win over Neil Holcomb with an 1822 breakout. That brings us to a high school finals. We got Lou Bell dialed in at 1520 out of Geyserville, California in the Jaguar. Dustin Love dialed in at 1641. Love's Pest Control, 99 Durango. And Louis Ball turns on the red light, so Dustin Love takes the win again. 048 green for the win. He's the high school champion tonight. Good day of racing with both drivers. That brings us to the Gear Jammer Finals. That'll be the last ones of the night. Patrick Lanou, dialed in 1188 out of Benicia, California. The 2016 Challenger Hellcat. Carlos Hilson, dialed in at 1242 out of Ross, California, where he's a dog walker in the 99 Miata Mazda.
Hey, Doug, take your trophy with you.
And Patrick Lanou takes the win. He goes 1201 on 1188, 020 on 3. Carlos Wilson gave it everything he could. Goes 095 on the 3, goes 13 flat on a 1242 dial for second place. Hey, that concludes racing for tonight here at Sonoma Raceway. And I'd like to thank all the patrons who showed up today and the racers. So stick around for photographs if you won. We're going to do photographs at the starting line. And if you won the championship and you got trophies, we're going to give pictures at the starting line tonight. So please stick around. If you haven't, well, then you don't. I'd like to thank everybody for showing up. And thank Danny DeVita and his staff at the starting line for everything they do to get you guys down the track safely. And I'd like to thank Mike Ozreski and everybody else, and Nick Bubbles and the rest of us in the tower for a lovely night racing. And you guys, see you in 2 weeks.